We'll call this meeting to order. Since we have a large audience, we usually start our meetings, as we have for many, many years, with the pledge to our nation's flag, followed by a moment of silence in memory of those who have gone before us. It is strictly optional. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That was smart. Since our first scheduled case is at 10:30, we will begin our routine business agenda. You have a business agenda before you. First item is approval of minutes from the March 13th meeting of the board. Are there any corrections or additions?
No.
If not, they will stand approved as presented. Our first request on our agenda is a request from Joe Hansons to participate in the Westminster City Strolls on April 20th, June 15th, and October 12th. Any objections? That's been routine for many, many years.
Yep.
Request from Brian Zuber of Stratosphere Social to hold an event on Saturday, June the 22nd, on the grounds outside of the establishment. This is probably what was,
Second, at least the second year, possibly third year.
but this was also on the agenda for last month, I believe, that
Right,
we,
we tabled it because the drawing wasn't accurate at the time. He wanted to expand it a little bit bigger, because he got more, one of the radio stations is involved now, so it's gotten a little bigger.
we have a request.
So we've
here.
granted him some patio.
Yes, out in front of the
This
building.
is more than the patio that he's.
Yeah, it's
presently
like the grass area and more grass area and patio.
Did he have one event last year or two?
Just one.
Just one?
Outside.
Yeah. I thought he had a Oktoberfest or something like that. Is that what it was?
So the gray is the patio.
Mhm.
Okay. And everything else is roped off?
Yep.
Any objections?
No.
Request from Carroll County Ag Center for a one-day outdoor liquor license for their beer garden with the Buck Wild Tractor Pull on April 26th and 27th.
Numerous years.
No objection.
Okay. Request from Stables Restaurant to hold deck parties on specific dates, starting May 14th to run through September 24th on Saturdays and Sundays.
So why are they requesting this?
Because they use the parking lot area. And before, it used to be just Sundays. Now they're doing second. So where their tent is and the patio and the outdoor deck, they basically double the same size on the.
Yeah, okay,
Parking
so
lot.
that's my question. So I saw a band there, and it was out on the parking lot, so that is not part of their normal footprint.
No. They've done this in
Yeah,
They-
4 or 5
Yes.
at least, maybe the whole run.
yes,
Any objections?
no.
No.
Letter of resignation from Scott Ross, removing himself from Oscar's Ale House license. And there, I assume there's somebody else on the license too?
Two people who are both Maryland residents, and in fact, one of them is Carroll County resident.
Mr. Barnhart, we have a request for beer bath. Do you have any further report on beer bath? Since the last meeting?
No,
So you haven't made progress with certain parties?
I have not gone in to bathe, no.
Request from beer bath to be allowed to serve alcohol in an outdoor seating area to be approved by the board, which we have a letter and diagram here, I assume.
And this is,
Two
All the-
tops, two tops along in front of the building, underneath the canopy.
but, so they're expanding,
They want to do outdoor seating,
yeah, all the time.
yes.
And do they have to get landlord's permission for that?
Yes, it should be in that letter, should be in
Oh,
there.
Yes, it is. That's on the sidewalk, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't infringe on any sidewalk width.
no, that sidewalk's actually pretty big, I don't know, it might be measured in it, but it's still the 36, the 3 feet for, and it's probably
Tables are there.
6 feet, it's a wide sidewalk in that area. 6 or 7 feet probably.
Maybe not 7, but, yeah.
In that ballpark.
Did you talk to them about it? Did they explain to you
Yep.
what they want to do?
And I also talked about no outside alcohol, it has to be served by the staff that can't carry it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Patron can't, I mean, unless you allow them, but usually I have the staff bring the beer out to the,
Right, they can't get at the bar and walk out, yeah.
I thought their bar and so forth was mostly home brews and stuff like that, or
yeah.
whatever,
It is.
whatever you call them.
Yeah, it's boutique kind of beverages and wine. They don't have
No,
mixed drinks, right?
because they're Class D, right? Yeah, they're Class D, so they can only get beer and wine.
So 5 tables is what they're looking at, Keith?
Yeah, I mean, they're two tops, so I wasn't sure if 5 or 6, or, I can't remember.
Any objections? Got a list of scheduled events from Tawnytown VFW to hold events in their pavilion, with 2 events for membership drives.
This is the same thing we've done in the past.
Yeah, nice
Is it-
pavilion.
It's a nice pavilion, you say?
Yeah.
It's big.
It's a big? Yeah. But it's just like,
Technically, it's Harney,
yeah, that's, right.
so they say Tawnytown, but it's
Okay, I know
it's near the
that.
Pennsylvania, closer to the Pennsylvania line than it is to Tawnytown.
Well, it's actually in Harney.
Yeah. No objection.
No objection.
Request from Cinco de Mayo, Westminster, to hold their May 5th event on the part of their parking lot as they have done, I guess, ever since they've been there.
Is that that big tent at the side?
Yep.
Yep, no objection.
No objection.
One-day liquor license from Celine Steckel of Citizen Services to hold the Veteran Celebration of Carroll County on the grounds of the Farm Museum on Sunday, May 5th, 2024. This is probably, what, the 3rd year for this?
They're just, only little difference is there won't be a beer garden per se, it'd be the whole area inside the Farm Museum's fenced-in
Perimeter,
area.
yeah.
Just like the stroll, just like the just like the
Wine
Wine Festival, Summerfest, so,
And they've done this before?
yes, yep.
This is either the third or fourth year that they've had.
I have no objection.
No objection.
Request from D. Cantera to have outside
You
seating.
skipped one. Harney,
Yep. One-day liquor license request from Harney Flower Company for outdoor event for Money Bonanza on May 28th, 24.
this is the second year, and
They normally do this under their 10-event license they
But they never
purchased,
got 'em.
But they never got that this year.
Right.
Mr. Reese says that will not happen again.
well, they're supposed to have a one-day event license because it's outside the fire department area. So it's outside, so they need to have a one-day license for this event, since it's outside the fire department building itself. Or they can ask permission. Either way.
They've had it before.
They've had, it's technical how they want to proceed. If they have their 10 license, because the fire department license only allow for inside the building. If they want to do this again, underneath that, they have to ask the board for permission to do something outside. But the same thing with the one-day license and the 10-day license, they still need to put barricades and still doing everything they've done in the
Right.
past.
One exit, entrance and fence.
Yep.
Seems as fire companies have, last several years, a couple of them have banded together for this type of thing. Reese and Manchester's had one for I don't know how many years.
I'm surprised we haven't seen that one yet.
Well, they've split.
Oh,
Manchester's having theirs in Manchester, and Reese is having Reese's in Reese. So. Now, the request from Decantera to have outside seating.
Where's this?
your neck of the woods, the old Twin Kist. You
Oh,
guys-
that's right, that's
You guys approved them last month, and then we talked about outdoor seating. The outdoor seating is going to be attached to the building. And there's 2 parking spaces that they're going to take over.
Right.
Should be a map and a
Yeah.
drawing.
What's
Right.
the tent with the X through it?
That's the one, that was the second location they were going to try to get, and I told them they can't have that
I was gonna
location.
say that, because the letter references that second location, I'm like, really? Back across the parking lot next to the tree?
No, no, no.
Tent with a what?
Back, a second tent they were gonna ask for, far away from the building?
A second location, they want to do 2 outdoor seating areas, and I told them no.
They want to do it here and here in this parking lot.
Yeah. So,
So they only want the one.
Yeah, they only want the one that closest to the building.
and
Instead of trying to resend me pictures, I just crossed it out.
it's gonna be tented?
No,
It's not gonna be tented.
I don't think so. I didn't see anything in the letter about
So
that.
it looked like a tent from above.
Oh. Now, they do have picnic tables out there that people could still go out there without the alcohol, and they understand that. But
Right.
I don't know if they're going to completely get rid of that area or not, but
No outside food or alcohol will be permitted.
correct. No, they can't, somebody can't show up with food or alcohol and sit at that area.
But they can consume food or alcohol from the restaurant.
Right.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
outside means no
Well,
packaged goods store.
Third party, yeah.
yeah, okay.
That's what I classified, that's what I explained it to them as,
Yeah, okay.
outside.
No BYOB,
They can't do BYOB.
that's what I'm saying.
Right, no BYOB.
I have no objection.
No objection.
No
Got a letter from Ms. Kelly about a change of ownership interest transfer of non-licensee.
This is Rule 16D in the books.
What is she, what's her comments?
Say 16D.
What is 16D? I could look, but
Licensees who operate an establishment for the use of a corporation or LLC must report to the board any proposed transaction affecting their ownership interest. Transaction must be reported prior to the transaction. Is that what we're talking about? Did I get that right?
Yeah, she's got the letter explaining it, and then she's got a copy of the document that, once it's approved, will be
Executed.
executed.
So a licensee is getting more or less what they previously owned. Yeah.
all right, Mr. Dixon, while he's looking at it, tell me what she wants.
Just changing the ownership interest for officers, and this person isn't on the license, so. Just letting, just giving you notice that it happened.
So she's not requesting a rule change?
No, she's complying with the rule. The
Okay,
rule says to
alright.
do it, she's giving us notice that there's a change in ownership interest. It went from the daughter to the wife. It's not a big deal. I don't even remember it happening before. People giving us notice, so.
All right,
Kelly's the only one who's
No
that thorough.
objection.
thank you, Ms. Kelly. Request from City Park Gaming to extend their designated drinking area during the wine stroll on April 20th, using the parking lot area for viewing and drinking area for live music.
They've done this before, right, Keith?
Yes, the only thing they're doing differently, they used to be up on Main Street. They're asking for it to be on the parking lot behind the building.
See, I thought that's where they were last time.
No, they were
No,
up,
Main Street.
they were on Main Street. So they want to be a little bit bigger area so people,
And their parking lot area backs up to the park, kind of?
yes.
And they've got, permissions from the city and from,
Property owner?
the property owner, and I think from Westminster City Police. There was a couple of different,
Yeah, because the street or alley, whatever you want to call it, is between them and the wall.
Yeah. Winter's Alley is the alley that runs
Yeah,
behind it.
I have no objection.
The landlord will ask me what they're up to.
Let's take a look at the picture real quick. Okay.
Any objection?
No, no.
Got an email from Andrew Schuster of Liquid Library asking permission to participate in the City of Westminster's wine stroll. They ever done this before? Maybe not, maybe so.
The location has done it several times in the past. This is the first time they've done it. But I will be there to also double check on the day of the event. But the city given permission allows it to happen, and there'll be a lot of people come and go from their establishment with alcohol, and to have alcohol outside their establishment.
To purchase it directly on the street?
Yes, they have a
Just
little
what I
tent,
think.
and
Okay, gotcha.
Where's Liquid Library?
84 East Main Street, right across from the old library.
Oh, that's right.
Is that the pizza, old wood-burning
Yeah.
pizza?
It's been 5 places that I know of, top of my.
sideways.
How many different names has that place had?
Sideways, a little bit of Tuscany, Ona's Bar and Grill, 84 East Main.
Any objection?
No.
No objection.
Any other requests before we move on to the next item? If not, the application for a one-day liquor license has been updated, changed somewhat.
Actually, I haven't made changes yet. I made a packet for each of you. of the suggested, so let me make sure I got the right amount. One,
Oh.
two, four.
Oh, I thought she was in the 4, because I already had mine.
You already had yours?
Here, we got one for. Here,
Well,
Keith.
You can keep that one.
give that to Brooke. Well, we can't slide it down there, there's briefcases in the way.
He has the landmines.
It says this is from Timothy A. Dixon. Would Mr. Dixon like to tell us what we're looking at?
You've
Well,
got,
I just looked at 2 rules, and then there's
You have
a memo about those.
a copy of the application at the back of your packet. So you know what we're looking at.
So 2 of the rules I looked at, and I suggested changes to 8 and 5. Five is basically the same, I just took out the citations because they were incorrect. 8 had to change the citation, and I just put down what was in the annotated code for 8.
Are you taking out reference to Rule 49?
Was that in, let me see, was that in 8 or 5?
There's an 8, Rule 49.
I took it out. I just put down exactly what was in the annotated code. The section C, or class C.
What about my comment regarding shall and may, the differences?
Yeah, your comments are page 2 of your packet.
Okay, so we're talking about 8, right? That must be something else, maybe. Maybe I'm confusing that. Oh, yeah, okay, so if you took out Rule 49, Rule 49 talks about shall. So our Rule 49 says that licensee shall purchase from a retailer, whereas the law does not say shall, so you just took Rule 49 out and just used the law, right?
Yes, that's what I did.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
My interpretation is one-day license have an option to purchase from a packaged goods store or from a distributor.
Yeah, I think that's what the state law
Yeah, I
kind
mean,
of
I don't know
says.
what, you know, the shall and may, and, you know, but yeah, they can buy it from both. Most of the time, they buy it from a local
Right.
liquor store.
So we want it to be may, to conform with state law, right? Okay, I see it.
Are we okay?
I'm okay with everything that Tim has put forward. I think we still have to discuss the nonprofit versus 501c3 treatment,
What's the state law say?
nonprofit. Is that right, Tim? I mean, I don't want to,
I don't really remember, I have to look.
okay,
I
well,
only dealt with 8 and 5.
okay, yeah, right, okay, so,
When I talked to the contact, I have the state, and he said it's nonprofit.
yeah, so I think our application kind of narrows it a little bit more than the state does.
Right. So the first page of the application, I think, you just get rid of the, what's in bold.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Get rid of what?
It's in bold.
Parentheses.
The first paragraph at the bottom of the first page must include a 501c3 number for the nonprofit. I think we just get rid of that, what's in bold in that line.
What number is it?
First page of the application. Not the instructions, the application.
Number 4,
Application.
Oh, is it rule 4 too?
well, it's paragraph 4 on the instructions of for the one-day application.
I was just looking at the application, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's
so
also rule 4,
It's in
correct.
the instructions and it's on the application.
All right, so rule 4,
Okay.
It's also in bold.
it's in bold, and then on the first page of the application, the bottom paragraph, in bold also.
We'll just remove
Yep.
So remove any references to 501c3
Okay.
and leave in nonprofit.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
Yep.
We got 5 minutes.
On our, I did notice on our, this might be in the notes I sent, maybe. On paragraph 10 of the instructions, we're citing board rule number 49C, and I think the rule is 49B. But someone can check that to see if I got that right.
Yes, you're right, it is 49B.
So I would suggest fixing that. It might be a typo there.
Or it could have been prior to one of our
Yeah,
updates.
changes, right. And I think on number 9 of the instructions, yeah, I would like to have someone besides me look at that. I thought that the reference to the Title IV 1203A, 1203A should have been 1204, but I might be wrong about that.
I can look into it. I
Yeah,
don't
just,
have it in front of me.
I mean, I brought the code here, if anybody wants to do a deep dive, but,
You say you got the code there?
yeah.
Oh, I thought you had it highlighted there. Okay, anything else on the application at this time?
That's mostly it, I think.
Pretty well covered it, I guess. So if you'll make those changes, so on and so forth. All right, the last item is possible changes necessary for notary information on renewal applications. What's the problem?
Do you want to table that? We got like 3 minutes, or do you want
No, that's the
Okay.
last thing.
to,
Do we have copies of an application for us to reference?
do you make any copies? Yeah, nope. Okay.
No, not for you.
What's the problem?
We've had multiple, we had probably 50 applications come back, not notarized or not filled out completely this year. My suggestion is, part of the renewal process is a notary. A lot of people are having problems. They want Joe and I to notarize them, sending it in without us seeing the signatures.
Set it back.
Okay? I would just suggest we get rid of the notary. I don't think it's required. I think we come up with language that they just sign on a penalty of perjury, the above information is correct, something to that effect. I'm not saying word for word, and we just get rid of the notary. It's not required anywhere. I can't find a notary requirement anywhere in the state code or our code. Only time it does show up is on the initial application.
My thought is, when I looked at it earlier, was that there's a notary certification required for the part of the renewal application involving the ratio between alcohol sales and food. That requires, on our renewal, notarization.
Do you remember what section? I don't,
It's at the very end, I think.
well, I mean, on the paperwork it says it, but not, I can't find a rule that says we have to be a notary.
All right, I'm not addressing that.
Okay, okay.
My thought is, when you notarize that, when the licensee renews and they take that to a notary, the notary, if you read the notary certification, it's saying that the above has sworn that the information provided is true and correct. So, that's theoretically, I think that information should be either under oath in affidavit or sworn before a notary. That's pretty important.
I agree. I mean, and the same thing with the renewal, the whole application should be, but I think if we do a sworn affidavit or a wording for that,
Right, well, we can theoretically, if the board wants to, I guess, change the application to say that the licensee, when they're renewing, saying, I solemnly swear under the penalties of perjury and that the above
Yeah,
is
above.
best to my, knowledge, information, and belief type of thing, that would turn it into an affidavit. So you can go two ways. You can make it an affidavit, or where they're under the penalties of perjury, or have it notarized where the applicant swears to it in front of a notary, and they probably don't 90% of the time anyhow. So it's,
I'm just trying to think of ways to make it easier, but also, we could also send it back, but the problem is, it doesn't say it has to be a complete and accurate application. So if we send it back, I think we should change the wording in the first paragraph, saying the application should be complete and accurate and completely filled, or something filled in, and then we can hold them accountable.
You got me confused.
it'd be nice if we had in front of us what we're talking about.
I know, I apologize, I thought it was copies were being made. Can we table it? We can come back and I'll have copies.
Table till next month,
Okay,
so we got a copy.
Yeah.
And perhaps somebody can see if anywhere's in the state code,
I did, I can't find anything in the state
can't
code.
find anything or anything.
And eventually, we will be going electronically, and there's no way to notarize electronic document. And everything usually DocuSigned.
You know, that brings up a question in my mind, which I never did like. When you take electronic signatures, you have no idea who made that signature. I could sign your name to it, if your name's supposed to be on there.
It's the recipient of an email address.
I understand that, I don't know, then how all these real estate agent, everything gets done, I don't know how it gets done, because I know other things get done through DocuSign that they got rid of the notary out of.
Keith, I agree with what you're saying. I'm just giving my personal opinion.
I agree 100%, I don't know.
To my opinion, and you attorneys in here can argue about it, there's at least three of you in here, and you probably have three different answers.
I mean, I would say, George, how they do real estate transactions now?
There is a thing in DocuSign, there's a certificate that you can pay for that certifies that the signatures are of the person who's signing. But that's like a whole nother process. And the only things that I know about getting notarized are done at settlement, not beforehand.
I mean, I know when I redid my mortgage, I never saw anybody. It was all electronically. I talked to them on the phone, or I talked to them on email, and I signed everything electronically.
Well, it's up to the title company or
Oh,
the
yeah,
lender, their practices.
Okay, is there any other business? Nothing on the schedule? According to our agenda here, our next meeting will be May the 8th at 10 o'clock in this room. With that, it is 10:31, my watch. Mr. Dixon, would you please call our first case number 6495?
All right, case 6495, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to John Henderson for the use of Outback of Carroll County, Inc., trading as Outback Steakhouse, 245 Baltimore Boulevard, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. And to file this matter, we have the following documents. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies. This is to Mark Depot, Director, Community Planning and Development for the City of Westminster. And the box is checked. The City of Westminster zoning code allows for this establishment to be used as a restaurant that sells alcoholic beverages. This zoning approval does not include packaged goods. There's a March 29, 2024 letter from Comptroller of Maryland. Enclosed is your sales and use tax license that authorizes you to collect Maryland sales tax. There's a March 29, 2024 notice of public hearing for this case. There's March 22nd, 2024 notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office, and the box is checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collections Supervisor. There's a February 29th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to John Henderson about today's hearing. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Lisa Staley, Health Department, and the box is checked. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum. Lisa Staley. Health Department. And then there is a notice of hearing, and then there's an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, workers' comp, driving record, ground lease, menu, charter and bylaws, SDAT certificate, articles of incorporation, corporate minutes, stock information, ownership information, other licensed establishment, floor plan, plot plan. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I'd ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Sir,
Sir,
you may proceed.
thank
Good
you.
morning.
Thank
Welcome to Carroll County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Callis, 90 Cathedral Street, Annapolis, Maryland. Commissioners, I want to advise the board that I have represented the Outback family of companies for over 25 years. They represent among the finest of corporate citizens. Their policy with respect to community activities and support of the community are second to none. To this family of companies, good deeds are good businesses. The applicant that is before the board for licensee, John Henderson, is a person of impeccable character, individual that I have known for many years. He will be responsible for the operation of this particular store, and I will take him through some very quick questions for the board, if I may. But the Outback Company is excited about the opportunity to become a corporate citizen of Carroll County. And I am certain that the county will be a direct beneficiary of their efforts. We're going to bring 120 jobs, which primarily will be Carroll County residents. So if I may, John, please, Mr. Henderson, please state your full name and address.
John Michael Henderson, 633 Tanglewood Drive, Sykesville, Maryland,
And Mr. Henderson, how long have you been employed by Outback Steakhouse?
30 years.
30 years. In what capacities were you so employed?
Started as a server, was an assistant kitchen manager, prepper, KM, manager, managing partner, and now joint venture partner.
Wonderful. Have you ever previously held an alcoholic beverage license?
I have not.
Have you ever been convicted of violating any liquor laws?
No,
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
no,
Have you ever been charged with any gambling violations?
no,
Do you have a direct or indirect interest in any wholesaler of alcoholic beverages
I do
in
not.
the state of Maryland? Are you familiar with the rules and regulations of this board
I am.
as it relates to the sale of alcoholic beverages?
Yes,
Do you agree to abide by those laws, rules, and regulations?
I do.
Do you understand, and have I explained to you that as licensee, you will be responsible for the operation of the restaurant? And do you agree that you will see that it is operated according to the laws of the state of Maryland and the rules of this board?
I do.
Have you received alcohol service training?
I have.
And what training have you received?
We've been tip certified. We're going to be recertified again in May before the store opens.
And
then
you,
we do annual compliance as well from
and sir, you are individually certified, is that correct? Do you understand that as a licensee, you will be responsible for any violation that occurs in the restaurant premises, even if you are not aware of that violation or present when the violation occurred?
I do.
You accept that responsibility?
I do.
How much time will you devote to the operation of this business?
In the beginning, 24/7, and then as needed afterwards.
And you've reviewed the rules and regulations of this board.
I have.
And the alcohol training, what alcohol training will you provide to the employees of this restaurant?
Every server or bartender will be tip certified, and then we have our annual compliance that we'll do. In the beginning, it's going to be twice a year, and then afterwards it'll be once a year.
And what will be your restaurant's alcohol service policy for the board?
35 years, or if they look 35 years or younger, we card. We don't accept visual ID, or I'm sorry, vertical ID.
As a best practice, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What legal age do you have to be to purchase alcohol?
To purchase 21,
And what legal age do you have to be to serve alcohol?
18.
Is there any condition with respect to the opening and eventual operation of this restaurant that you have concerns with that you would like to share with the board?
I do not.
You prepared an application that is before the board. Was it true and correct at the time it was prepared?
Yes.
Is it true and correct as of today, sir?
Yes.
You also brought 3 witnesses, is that correct? To
I did.
testify to your character.
I did.
Mr. Chairman, that would be my presentation with respect to the licensee. Would you like to hear the supporting witnesses?
No, at this time, Commissioners, do you have any questions of the licensee?
I reviewed the file, and it's very complete, it's comprehensive, and, council's done a very good job putting this together for you. One question I have, though, is, there is some legislation in Annapolis that may affect you and how you operate with regard to having alcohol management trained people on premises all the time. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be Outback Steakhouse policy at any rate, whether it's law or not, to have somebody on premises who has gone through alcohol management training?
100% of the time.
And I'm sorry, I may have missed your, council probably asked you about vertical ID, horizontal ID, the distinction, and your policy. I missed that.
We don't accept vertical ID,
You don't accept, is what you're saying?
correct.
Okay.
To the chagrin of many people.
Yeah, closer to Pennsylvania, maybe. But-
Even if it falls on a Sunday, the birthdays fall on a Sunday, we don't accept it.
Okay. And you are the complete owner of Outback of Carroll County?
There's
10%.
10%.
Okay. So, Outback of Florida,
Yes.
I noticed some information in the file about shares. They are an owner of the business, 90% owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you own 10% of that corporation?
Of the entity, of the Outback of
The-
Carroll
the-
County.
Well, I'm talking about the Florida.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
The Florida entity is a wholly owned subsidiary of Blooming Brands, Inc.,
Yeah.
which is on the National Stock Exchange.
Right. So I thought these are my notes, and it may be wrong. I had some financial information in the file. Outback of Florida, 900 shares. John Henderson, 100 shares.
Yes, sir.
So I kind of took that to mean that you have 10% of Outback of Florida.
No, sir.
Okay,
I wish I did.
Even 1%.
okay. My mistake. So you have 10% of the Outback Carroll County,
Yes.
and the other 90% is Outback Florida?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Outback Steakhouse of Florida, LLC.
Great. Thank you, Counsel.
And was it your testimony that everyone front of house will be tips or TAM certified?
Servers and bartenders, yes.
Servers and bartenders.
Who owns the ground?
The ground, sir,
Is that
it's a shopping center.
yeah, is that OSI?
No, no.
No, okay.
It's a leasehold.
Who is, yeah, I saw that it kind of changed hands there. And, I mean, this file is very comprehensive, and I may have missed that, but there was a transaction apparently?
Yes, I put it in, it was put in the file.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not that important. I was just,
It should be on the first page of the ground lease.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Westminster Center Associates LLC?
Is that who owns the ground?
That's what I believe it is, sir.
Yeah, Westminster Center Associates LLP. Then there's WCA North LLC, which is,
that's who had it and transferred it to Westminster Associates, right? Is that
Right.
correct?
Pardon, sir?
according to this, yeah.
I don't know.
My question's
Sorry.
answered, thanks. And it looks like there needs to be a final inspection by the health
Yes.
department, so any, if the license is granted, it would be conditioned on that.
Of course, of course.
And I think there's also a need for a CR number, which,
No,
Kinda
we
takes a
filed
while.
it. We have filed it a few days ago.
Okay.
I gave it.
yeah, and that tends to lag, so,
It's very hard, we're shocked, because usually, all my experience was be a day or 2 days, and you try to call, and you get nothing.
right, well, probably we'll just want you to provide it when you get it.
It took a few weeks. No, we have provided it.
Oh, it is
The
done.
CR number.
Oh, okay.
It's in. March was renewal month. That's probably why you couldn't get in touch with them.
Do you have an idea when you would be open?
6:25,
June 25th?
yes.
What's the seating capacity of the restaurant?
We're finding out now, but I think it's gonna be right around 255.
And how big's the bar?
Bar has 11 stools.
Will food be served at the bar?
Yes.
So, when you were thinking about opening up Carroll County store, and you're gonna do it in Westminster, I'm just kinda curious, did you think about Eldersburg?
That Denny's that is closed down, I've been thinking about there, right there. If I had control, we'd have one there as well.
Boy, they need it.
Agreed.
Well, you know.
You can tell who lives in Ellsberg.
I'm sorry?
You can tell who lives in Ellsberg on this board.
There's not much choice.
Well, I'll just take this moment to say it's pretty impressive that you've worked your way up to your present position.
Thank you.
That's remarkable, and council's remarks on that sound like pretty accurate, based on your history. Where are you now?
Where do I live now?
No. Where are you working now before the restaurant opens up? Are you just there?
I own, or I don't own, I have 11 restaurants that I'm responsible for, so I travel to each one,
Okay.
you know, and I'll be parked in Westminster for a very long
All
time.
right, so you're on the road a lot right now,
I am,
and then when this gets going, that's your spot.
correct. Yeah, I'll be there until it's up and running, and I'll have another one opening in Delaware later on in the year.
Ah, good luck.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Now, sir, if you would like to call your,
Yes. John? Mrs. Henderson?
if you will, just come up here. I don't know whether that mic's on or not. If you don't mind, all three of you, if you were, we've got the room reconfigured here. Usually it's not figured this way, that it's very simple, but
So whoever's going to testify needs to testify at the mic. Whoever's
Come
first.
on, just step first.
speak into that mic, and if it's not close enough, just pull it forward.
Please state your full name and address.
Stacy Ann Henderson, 633 Tanglewood Drive in Sykesville, Maryland.
Can you attest before the board as to the character of Mr. John Henderson?
Well, I've known him for over 30 years, and
Has
he's
he
a,
been a man of fine character or responsible?
yes.
Thank you. She's on the spot.
Are you, I take it you know him quite well. If you want to say anything,
Should I leave?
have any complaints or anything, now's the time to do it.
I know, yes, no, he's a keeper.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fitting in proper. Ask if they're fitting in proper for court liquor license. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Please state your full name and address.
Amanda Buckley, 4303 Dogwood Drive, Hampstead, Maryland.
And how long have you known the licensee, Mr. Henderson?
About 8 years.
Can you advise the board as to whether you consider him a fit and proper person to hold an alcoholic beverage license?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about his character that you have any concerns with?
Not at all.
Thank you.
And how do you know him?
So I have worked with him at Outback. So when he was a managing partner, I met him. And then once he became the joint venture partner, he of course helps me grow within the company.
Thank you, sweetheart. Come on. Please state your full name for the record.
Brian Gilbride Fay,
And sir, how long have you known Mr. Henderson?
about 27 years.
Can you attest to his character to the board?
Absolutely.
Would you believe that he would be a fit and proper person to hold an alcoholic beverage license?
Absolutely.
And what is your current relationship with him? Do you work with him, work for him?
I work for him as a manager of the Outback Steakhouse in Annapolis, him as the joint venture partner, so essentially a mentor to me as far as my growth with the company as well.
Thank you, sir. Unless
Sure.
Question?
Thank you.
there's a question.
No questions? Just for the record, Ms. Henderson, do you feel he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do.
Mrs. Henderson?
I didn't ask you that question.
Thank you. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Nope.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Director Benford, do you have any comments, questions?
I do have one question. Are you planning on an outdoor seating area?
No.
No comment.
Commissioners, any final questions of council or the licensee?
I do not.
I do not.
Hearing none. Testimony and evidence has been presented and is now closed. Mr. Callis, if you would like to make any closing remarks, feel free.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, and as evidenced by the criminal background check of Mr. Henderson, you will not find a person with as clean a record, not even a traffic offense. He's an extraordinary man. He's worked for everything that he's gotten. He's worked hard to be in this position. I feel very strongly that he will make certain that the board is not disappointed if it were predisposed to grant this request.
Thank you. There's one thing, and I missed it. Mr. Henderson, what are the hours of operation that you intend to be open?
We'll open at 11 o'clock every day, or Monday through Thursday, we close at 10 o'clock. Friday, Saturday, we close at 11 o'clock. Sunday, we close at 9:30.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, in that question, I should have asked you. Mr. Henderson, what percentage of sales would Outback Steakhouse expect with respect to the operation of this restaurant?
Approximately 9 to 10%.
9 to 10 alcohol to food.
Correct.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any final
No
remarks you'd
further
like to make? With that, testimony is complete. We'll now discuss the merits of the application of the case and hopefully issue a decision. Commissioners, comments, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, for one, would like to tell you how much we appreciate the thoroughness of the presentation. It left nothing up to consideration as to what we were seeing. It's very evident that the licensee is a fit and proper person, both by the comments made by his attorney, by his witnesses, and by Outback themselves, by allowing you to helping you to be able to grow and be such a great part of their organization. So
Thank you.
I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
I agree with everything that my fellow commissioners said. Council has a very high opinion of you, and I feel it's very sincere. Years ago, I represented people, and I would never stand before anybody and say the kind of things that your attorney said unless I really believed it. So that carries a lot of weight with me. Of course, your character witnesses were fine, you know, that they said the right words about you being fit and proper. The fact that you have risen so far in this company, which is an outstanding company, as council represented, based on your ability, on your character, and your effort, says a lot about you, about being a good person to have this license issued to in Carroll County. I think you will be an asset to this county. I think your store will be an asset to this county, and I thank you for making this effort. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no other comments from the board.
Before you make the motion, I just want to say that I'm overly impressed by the presentation, and certainly, Mr. Henderson, everything that's been said. I applaud you and congratulate you, and we look forward to having a very successful business here in Westminster and Carroll County.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that in case 6495, which is an application for a new Class B Beer, Wine, and Liquor license to be issued to John Henderson for the use of Outback of Carroll County. I move that that application be approved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that this board approve an application for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to John Henderson for the use of Outback of Carroll County, Inc., trading as Outback Steakhouse, 245 Baltimore Boulevard, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen. Best wishes and good luck, and we look forward to, you say, a June opening date?
June opening date, 2025.
Council, you did a great job.
24. I was wondering, I thought you said 25.
That's the only perfect application I've ever gotten.
Of course,
Everything was.
of course, it's dependent upon getting that health inspection.
Of course,
But-
of course.
I'm sure that will happen soon.
He's here in the restaurant right now.
Okay.
Mr. Callis, let me say, with the comments that she just made, she doesn't make them very often.
I know. Mr.
Congratulations.
Chairman, and I greatly appreciate it, but I wanted to advise the board of a couple of things. Number one, the praise and appreciation is mutual with respect to the board staff. Every question I had, they promptly answered it and also directed me in the appropriate manner to complete the application as required to comply with the board's regulations. They truly are a credit to the board. I've traveled all over the state, Mr. Chairman, all over the state, and appeared before many boards. This staff is among the finest I've encountered. They are here to help, but they're also here to ensure compliance. And with respect to that, I'm an old dog, as obvious, commissioners. I wanted to alert the board that the paradigm in this industry as a whole has changed dramatically, in that qualified staffing has become a Herculean task. So these individual businesses, not so much Outback, which is, a national company, but as the board encounters these smaller businesses, it has to be sensitive to the fact that the reality is no legitimate restaurant business intentionally instructs its people to violate the board's rules and regulations. It is predominantly in the very high 90 percentiles employee error. And the problem is, like the problem in this country as a whole, the ability to retain good staff is very, very difficult. And the ability to obtain people who want to work hard is equally as difficult. So these businesses, as the board has to impose sanctions on businesses, please be sensitive to that reality. They are literally, it is a completely different paradigm. It's something that, it shocks me that these companies and these businesses, given the cost of everything for them, how they manage to sustain their businesses. And I think it's important that the board, understand that and appreciate that. There will be enforcement, there will be compliance, but the sanctions that the board considers, I hope it considers in terms of culpability, of responsibility for the particular violations. I have one small company, I just tell the board, I said, why would you have a violation? And I said, what the impact is. And they said, Nick, We train them, but we now train half the time. And I said, why would you do that? And they said, we can't afford $15 an hour to train people. We used to train them for a month, now we train them for 2 weeks. He said, we still want, compliance, we still tell them, we still send them to alcohol certifications, but it's still to no avail. So I just want the board to know and to see that that is the truth in the businesses now. They are truly under siege. And they're extraordinary people. This particular gentleman, as I've said to you 3 times, this is an extraordinary licensee, Mr. Chairman. He truly is. You cannot find a better person, a harder worker, and a man of higher character.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Callis. We are very, as a board, very appreciative and very proud of our staff. And this board, I think, as you mentioned about violations and so forth, has traditionally been very friendly to business and taken into consideration things that occur, accidents or
The other thing, Mr. Chairman, I'm complimenting everybody today. I'd like to also compliment the board. I was very touched by the Pledge of Allegiance, moment of silence. The only other jurisdiction that I've encountered that is in Ocean City. And before every hearing, we have a Pledge of Allegiance. Chairman says a prayer. I always leave there feeling uplifted because this country needs more of that, more boards, more government entities understanding and expressing the true blessing of America. And
well, we appreciate those comments, and certainly we like to think as Carroll Countyans, and I was born and raised in Carroll County, and many of the rest of the staff and so on, commissioners and so forth, have been born and raised here or have been residents for many, many, many years. We like to think that Carroll County as a whole is a great place to live, work, and play, and we're very proud that Carroll County takes care of Carroll Countyans. We don't agree many times with the socialistic proposals and things that happen, and we're business friendly, and we're still rural enough that we care for our neighbors.
Understand, sir.
With that,
Can I make just a quick comment? Are you aware that our inspector conducts alcohol management training classes to make it easy to get people trained?
I was gonna advise on that, but yeah. And alcohol compliance checks, underage
Right.
compliance checks too.
And there's also a place on the internet where you can go and give our staff 5 stars, I think.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Google, or Yahoo or something.
Somebody.
It's a joke. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you, everyone.
thank you all, good luck, and thank you all for testifying that he's a fit and proper person, and the first young lady, she missed her chance if she wanted to say anything.
I was a little bit nervous for it. I saw that look in her eye. Thank you all.
With that, congratulations, we look forward to your establishment. Just a quick question, how many Outbacks are in Maryland?
I'm responsible for 7 in Maryland. I believe there are 17 total in Maryland.
Is that right? Hunt Valley's the closest one to here, I guess.
Hunt Valley, yes.
Hump Valley or Owings Mill, depending on which way you go.
Well, as I say, we're from Carroll County. Owings Mills kind of gets a little too close to a certain other
I agree.
municipality, and I stay away.
Hopefully there's one in Eldersburg.
I was going to say something, but I thought I said enough.
Do you live in Eldersburg?
Yeah.
You know the Denny's right there?
Oh, yeah.
I've taken pictures of it, sent it into home office a couple times, just hoping.
Yeah,
Size.
I know, it's a good
I heard,
spot.
I heard that the Texas Roadhouse is already looking at that.
Oh, is that right?
I'm just kidding. With that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're back in session. At this time, I'd ask Mr. Dixon to call case 6496, please.
All right, case 6496, an application for a new Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Christopher L. McManus and Anthony M. Garino for the use of Tony Pazza LLC, trading as Tony Pazza Italian Restaurant and Bar, 114 South Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771, in Election District 13. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A March 29th, 2024 notice of public hearing, a March 27th, 2024 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. A March 22nd, 2024 notice of public hearing. Joe Vance sent a request to various state and local agencies. There is a response from Planning and Zoning Department. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Director of Planning and Zoning. John Breeding. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office, with the box checked, the above reference establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collections Supervisor. There is a response from Lisa Staley, Health Department. With the box checked, this establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum. There's a March 1st, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Christopher L. McManus about today's hearing. And then there is a February 29th, 2024 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And that letter includes an application, and the application includes CJIS information, character references, MVA records, a menu, a floor plan, a lease, workman's comp insurance, other licensed establishments, operating agreement, financial and ownership information, and SDAT information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated. Good morning, Ms. Kelly. You may proceed.
Good morning. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicants, Tony Pazzo, LLC. I have with me Mr. Chris McManus, seated to my left, and Mr. Tony, how do you say your last name?
Guarino.
As I think most of the board is familiar with, this location previously was open and operated as Lorenzo's or Lorenzo's. I always struggle with the pronunciation, but right on Main Street in Mount Airy. So Lorenzo's closed, I think, December-ish of last year, and it's been undergoing renovations. So Chris and Tony are renovating and plan to reopen the space as Tony Pazzo's. You heard from Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file that, and as you can expect, with the renovation still occurring, that we do not yet have final health department or building permit approval. So we do anticipate that once the renovation is complete, those inspections will come back to your office having passed. You will hear testimony from Chris and Tony today. They both own existing restaurants in Howard County, and they are very experienced in the industry. So I will let them kind of introduce themselves next. But with that, I would first call Chris. Chris, can you please make sure that as you're speaking, the microphone's picking up but not really amplifying, so make sure you talk loud enough but also into the microphone. Please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address.
My name is Christopher McManus. I live at 3230 St. John's Lane, Ellicott City, 21042.
And is it true that you've applied here today for a Class BC BWL license?
Yes, that's what we applied for.
Okay. And is everything on the application that you submitted true and accurate and
Yes.
remains true and accurate?
Mhm.
Okay. Are you a resident of the state of Maryland?
I am?
And have you applied for this license under the name of Tony Pazzo LLC?
That is correct.
Are you a member of that entity?
I am?
Can you tell the board what your ownership interest percentage is in that entity, please?
I am 50% owner.
Okay. And who are the other members of that entity?
Tony Garino on my left.
And can you explain how you know Tony?
Tony and I went to high school together. So
So you've known Tony for most of your life?
we just had our 40th reunion.
Okay. And Tony is the only other member of that LLC, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Do you understand that even though you have applied before this board under the name of an LLC, that you will be individually responsible for anything relating to this license and responsible to this board for the license?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you just explain what type of business you're requesting? Is this predominantly a restaurant, bar?
It's going to be an Italian restaurant bar. The first floor will probably hold 50 to 60 people. Upstairs is like another 20 or 30, I believe, and then probably another 15 or 20 out front on the patio. It'll
And,
be a full-service restaurant, waiter service, bar service, lunches and dinners 6 days a week, everything from sandwiches to desserts, and craft drinks, selected wine list.
okay. For the outdoor seating component, you spoke about the patio. Is that sort of a seasonal patio? That's not like an enclosed situation?
No,
is
it's
it?
totally open. We just have barriers around the outside of our perimeter for the planters and such.
And is that accessed by going in the front door and talking to a hostess, just as you would access the
Correct,
rest
yeah,
of
everybody
the
will be seated by
tables?
hostess. Mhm.
Okay. And so the patio is served by a server, just like everywhere interior you spoke
Correct.
to as well. Now, is the menu, you've included a menu with the application. Is that a fair representation of the type of food that you will be offering at the restaurant?
Yes, Italian fare.
And you just spoke generally to the hours and meals, but you understand, you're aware of, and you understand the meal requirements of this board for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license,
Yes, I do.
correct? Okay, and you're willing to comply with those?
Absolutely.
All right. I think you just said 6 days a week, but can you walk us through your anticipated hours of operation?
I would imagine we're gonna open from 11 a.m. till probably 9 in the kitchen on weekdays, and then the kitchen will stay open later on Friday and Saturday, probably 11.
Okay. And do you understand that 41% of your sales must come from the sale of food?
Yes, I anticipate over 50 for food, easy.
Okay, and you're willing to comply with that, correct? Now, you've also asked for a catering privilege as part of this license, is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, so you anticipate the potential desire to cater events as well, correct?
I hope so.
Okay. And can you just explain to the board a little bit about your experience in the industry?
Simply, I own an Irish pub in Ellicott City we just had our 30th St. Patty's Day.
Good way to count it.
So,
I own and operate, so
Right,
yes, I'm
own
still
and
operating,
operate.
yes.
All right, and so in that capacity, in your ownership capacity of that Irish pub, do you have management experience?
Absolutely.
Okay, and as part of your role in that operation, do you train all of your employees, and are you involved in the training plan for employees related to the service of alcoholic beverages?
Absolutely. I'm considered hands-on usually.
Will you have a similar role in this operation?
Yes, I will.
And have you discussed, are you TIPS or TAM certified?
I am.
Okay. And have you and your business partner, Tony, discussed how you will, what your requirements will be for employees to be TIPS or TAM certified, and what your game plan is for that?
All of our servers and bartenders will be TAM certified.
Okay. So those employees responsible for the service of beverages would be certified, and perhaps other members of staff who are not, would not be?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to requiring a TIPS or TAM certification of employees, will you also have an in-house training policy and kind of process for employees, I'm sure related to the whole business, but specific to the service of alcoholic beverages?
Yes, absolutely. We plan on showing them Carroll County's liquor licensing procedures. They will sign a form stating that they've read the forms and the laws.
Okay. Have you discussed whether you will accept vertical IDs?
No, we will not.
Okay, so that will be part of your in-house training program, that
Correct.
your employees will be notified that you do not accept vertical IDs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have you discussed whether you are going to have a sort of an age limit for your servers to card, or a card-all policy?
I've typically used 40 years and younger to card, and if there's any instance where a server or bartender has an inkling of any kind of, they have to find management, to consult management.
Okay, so if there's any concern or related
The
to
reg-
an
the
ID,
regulator.
or, okay, they would go to, the policy would be that they would find management at that point,
Mhm.
okay. Will you well, you just said that you will ensure, correct, that your employees are trained on this board's rules and regulations as well?
Absolutely.
Now, are you aware of the state's attorney's diversion program, where this board works with the state's attorney's office to report any employees responsible for violations?
Yes.
Okay, and will you make your employees aware of that and make sure that they are trained on that policy as well?
Absolutely. They'll also sign another form stating that.
Okay, and will new employees be required to shadow, walk us through kind of, if you onboard a new employee, how would they be trained?
Well, a new employee will be tested first, and when they get put on the field or on the floor, they will be shadowed. And then after that, we'll have another additional, that'll be at least a week. And then the next week, we'll have one of our experienced servers shadow them for another week.
Okay, so first a new employee shadows, and then they are shadowed to make
Correct.
sure that they are following all of the policies, correct?
Mhm.
And I would imagine, but tell me if I'm wrong, that some of the training depends on that employee's level of experience as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so you would perhaps train somebody who's never worked in a restaurant before differently than you would train somebody with 20
Yes,
years
there's
of
more
experience?
intense training, yes.
Right, okay. Now, all of this that you've just spoken to, that will all be part of your in-house training program?
Correct?
Okay. You are familiar with that red book? Well, right now it's red, but it changes colors, so don't be caught off guard there. You have a copy of the board's rules and regulations, correct?
I do.
Okay, and you are willing to comply with all of those?
Absolutely.
All right, those are my only questions for Mr. McManus.
I missed your hours of operation. I was looking at the file. Can you tell me that again?
Tuesday through Sunday, we'll probably be closed on Monday, 11 a.m., and the kitchen will run till 9 p.m. during the weekday, and then 10 or 11 on the weekends, Friday and Saturday.
What about the actual restaurant, like after the kitchen closes?
I think we're just gonna try to go by, I would imagine midnight at the latest. We'll see how business is, I guess.
Is it a situation, Chris, where even if nobody's in there at 10, you're probably gonna close, like you're not just gonna stay open?
No, correct, yeah.
Okay.
You currently have a license in Howard County,
I do,
and Kelsey's Irish Pub?
correct.
I've had a few good times there in my day.
Thank you very much.
Always thought it was nicely run. So,
Thank you.
along those lines, what is Kelsey's recent history with regard to its record selling to underage?
I have never had a violation.
Do you intend to have an incentive program, perhaps, for your employees who happen to not serve an underage person who is there during one of our inspections?
I've not considered it, but that's a great idea.
A lot of our licensees have it, and I guess it's
It
helpful.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Write that down.
And when I say incentive, I mean money.
Yes.
Or gift certificates, whatever. Different people do different things.
Right.
At one time, you held a license in Carroll County.
Correct. I was part of the county court wine club.
Right. That also was a good spot, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Still is. Yeah. I don't want to.
When did you go off of that license?
Ooh, it was before COVID, 18 or 19 maybe?
I think that was,
Might have been in there, I didn't see
Goes back.
like 19, it was like 2011 to 2015, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds like correct.
No, there you go. 2016. Now, as I recall, the Lorenzo's was a brick oven type of pizza establishment
Correct.
and did very well. And are you still going to keep that same type of feel to it?
I was only there once or twice while they were open. And my understanding is they were a really nice Italian restaurant, and then when COVID hit, they kind of moved more to
Yeah.
carry-out or situation.
Right.
We're gonna go back to a nice Italian restaurant that has pizza,
Brick oven?
brick oven.
Okay, that's,
Yes, I did, I'm sorry, yeah, we didn't move that.
I was kind of wondering what was going to happen to that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I saw you had a skid loader in there. I was wondering what was taking you down with the skid loader.
Not the brick oven.
Yes.
Went by one day and it was a skid loader in the front door.
We're probably moving the equipment downstairs to, we can get prepared for renovation.
And you have all the planning and zoning approvals that you need for that?
Yes.
I just have a question mark here, I don't know why.
No, I believe that Mr. Dixon did introduce a file because that is in the corporate limits for Mount Airy. So I think there was a letter from John Breeding saying that zoning was approved.
Approved it, yeah,
Yes.
okay. And both of you gentlemen are going to be 50/50 owners
Correct.
of the, is it LLC? Yeah. So you- And sometimes I ask this question out of curiosity, how do you break a tie?
Oh, it's the wives, I would imagine.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Whichever one's louder.
Yeah.
So noted. And the bar, the floor plan has 15 seats? Is that
Yes, Lorenzo's had like 4 bar stools, and we thought it better to have more bar service. So I think we're up to 15 or 17, somewhere in there. I have to look at the plan again.
I thought it was more like 18, I think.
Is it gonna be as dark inside?
No, we brighten it up.
Lightning it up.
Walk out from when the sun and walk in that place.
It might be 20,
Can't see.
Chris. Yeah.
15 to 20, somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, lighten the place up.
Yes. And a lot of soundproofing.
Yeah, soundproofing, big time.
I heard it was very loud in there.
And can you describe a little further the outdoor seating that you'll have? How's it set up? How's it work?
Was any changes from, when was Lorenzo's? Are you
The
changing?
outdoor seating, no. We haven't changed anything. It's basically just outdoor furniture, umbrellas.
And that's right in front of the
Correct.
store, right?
Right, right in front.
I don't remember, were there any barriers of any
Square
sort?
planters and such. In fact, we did decide not to do anything to the front windows, no logos and such, so it's easy to see in and out, so we can see anybody out there.
Make sure you lock up. He didn't have a problem locking the place up.
Oh, did I ask this question about the legislation yet?
No.
Are you aware that there's some legislation percolating down in Annapolis that may require you to have someone on premises who is trained in alcohol management techniques while you're open?
Yes.
His
I
answer
did- I
better
did
be
read
yes,
that.
because I told him about it, so.
Yeah.
It got.
You're
it's
quizzing
passed
him
as
right
soon as
now.
The governor's
It hasn't been
signature.
signed, but it's passed, right?
It's passed.
Okay.
The governor's signature is waiting.
So,
So
We
one
do
person
plan on
working
having somebody,
One person working at all times.
TAM and Health Department as well.
Christopher, I think you testified that the outdoor patio is seated by a hostess, and food can only be brought out from inside the,
Correct.
by a
It's
server.
on- Right, correct.
How much time you think you'll be spending at the facility every?
That's the golden question. I would imagine the first year we'll be there many hours. We did hire a GM, and we have a head chef and a bar manager, which will help, so.
Because you'll still be going to
I've,
Kelsey's also, right? Okay.
I've kind of scaled back there. I have a partner there as well who's taking over the day-to-day operations. That's why I have the ability to do this.
Any other questions of this applicant? Thank you, sir. Ms. Kelly, you may proceed.
Thank you. I would next call Mr. Anthony Guarino. Tony, I'm going to call you Tony.
That's fine.
Tony, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Anthony M. Guarino, 619 Weller Drive, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771.
And is it true that you have also applied for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license for the location that's been described in the application?
Yes,
Is everything on that application remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
Have you been present and did you hear all of the testimony offered by Mr. McManus so far in today's hearing?
yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain to the board your experience in the industry?
I've been in the restaurant business over 40 years, owned 2 restaurants in the 90s in Baltimore, all the way into the early 2000s. I currently own Tony Loco's. We're in our 6th year. It's in Howard County. I do everything. I'm hands-on, just like Chris.
So was everything that Chris testified to related to how employees will be trained and all of the policies of the establishment? Is all of that true and accurate?
Yes,
And you are also an owner of the LLC, correct?
yes,
Okay, so Chris testified, is it accurate that you hold the remaining 50% ownership interest?
yes,
Okay. And you understand that even though you've applied for this license under the name of an LLC, that you are individually responsible when it comes to this board and your liquor license, correct?
yes, I do.
Okay. Will you also have a daily role in the establishment?
Yes, to expand on Chris's answer, one of us will be there every day for each busy shift. So we'll take turns going back and forth.
Okay. So you will have a hands-on role in presence of being there, and will you also have a similar role in developing and training employees?
Yes,
Okay. And are you also familiar with the board's rules and regulations currently in a red packet?
yes, I am.
Okay. And are you willing to comply with those?
Absolutely.
Those were my short and sweet questions for Tony today.
Commissioners, any questions?
Well, in the interest of fairness, I've enjoyed many meals at Tony Loco's.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great place, great food,
Thank you.
yeah. So I also asked the question about your recent record with underage compliance checks.
We've had no issues.
Are you TIPS or TAM certified?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I have no further questions, sorry.
Mr. Guarino, I noticed on your motor vehicle record, there's 3 or 4 entries in there for license returned and license reissued, and there's time gaps. Has your license ever been suspended,
No, not suspended, no.
revoked,
Nope.
or
No.
otherwise?
At one time, when I was younger, in my 20s, I had some violations, but I haven't had anything recent in a long time.
Did you ever have a CDL or anything?
No.
There's 2 instances listed on there with, in Baltimore City back some time ago. I assume you were a contractor at one time?
Oh, yeah, that was, it was, home improvement, not home improvement, but a contractor with a friend. I was in partners with him. I was actually.
Didn't have a license or
the-
something?
I was the money guy. I lent him the money to get everything started.
And he didn't have a license.
What's that?
He didn't have a license or something, if I remember right, it's something had to do with didn't have a proper license or something like that.
Yeah, it was the home improvement. He got involved in a home improvement job for a friend, and it didn't go well. I got out of that real quick. Went back to the restaurant business.
How long did you say you have been in the restaurant business? 40 years? Is that what you said?
Probably more than that. I'm 59. I started at Sabatino's when I was 14.
Where? Sabatino's?
Sabatino's restaurant, yeah. That's where I learned everything.
How long were you there?
From 14, on and off, all the way to probably 23.
You gonna bring the bookmaker sandwich, salad?
I'll never eat that again. Bad experience with it.
While you was there, did you ever incur a band by the name of Crovo?
What's the last name?
Crovo, C-R-O-V-O.
Crovo.
Big Italian gentleman?
Not Crowbar?
No?
There was a guy named Crowbar.
That's a mob name.
Yeah, there's a reason.
I'm just curious. He was a purveyor, and he used to serve Sabatino's, but
Yeah.
it could have been before your time, because
Yeah, or it might have been after. I mean, I haven't been there since the early 80s. I worked there from, oh, I'm sorry,
this had to be back probably in the 50s and 60s.
50s, yeah. Yeah, it was when Joe Gonzani was there. Yep.
Any other questions, this witness? No. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you. I have 3 character witnesses, all of whom will testify as character witnesses for each of my clients. So if you guys want to take or do you want them to, do you care where they sit?
No, they can sit back there. I don't think those mics are working around the other
You can
table.
try the mic, see if it's,
Okay, why don't you guys
The
line up?
mic's standing up.
Test.
Oh, the one standing up back there. I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, so you guys can line up at the one standing up if you would. Or just go right down the line.
It should be on.
That should be on.
Hello?
Okay. All right. I'm gonna face this way so you can hear me. Please state your name and address for the record and spell your last name.
Rob Aldave, A-L-D-A-V-E, 502 Kinsale Road, Lutherville, Timonium.
Rob, are you here today as a character witness for both Tony and Chris?
I am,
Okay. And how long have you known, we'll start with Chris.
47 years,
And how long have you known Tony?
40 years.
Okay. And how do you know both of them? Like, do you work with them? Are you friends with them?
Tony, I met him in high school, and Chris, we grew up together, so grade school, high school, all the way through.
In your experience with them, do you believe that they are each a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do.
Those are my only questions.
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Next. Rob, please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Rob Scranton, S-C-R-A-N-T-O-N, 112 South Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland.
Rob, are you here today as a character witness for both Chris and Tony?
I am.
And do you also own this property?
Yes, I'm the landlord.
Okay. And how long have you known Chris and Tony?
44 years. Both of them met in high school, freshman year.
Okay. So you know them socially?
Yes, actually, Chris, you're probably better with the date, but I built Chris and Maureen, his wife, a house in Eldersburg many years ago. So I knew him in business as well.
Okay. In your experience, do you believe that both Chris and Tony are fit and responsible people to hold a liquor license?
Absolutely.
And I hope you're familiar with the location that we've applied for.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to continue having a restaurant at that location with a
Yes,
liquor
they can't wait for it
license?
to open.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Those are my only questions of Rob, unless the board has any. All right.
No question.
Kurt, please state your name, spelling your last name and address.
Kurt Wedekind, Wedekind, 1733 Wedekind Farm Drive, Westminster.
Kurt, are you here this morning as a character witness for both Chris and Tony?
I am.
Okay, and how long have you known each of them?
Chris, 72, Tony, 79.
Just to clarify, those are years, correct? Like, I mean, like 1972.
In 1970.
Right, okay. Just making, making the record clear here. And how do you know both of them? Like, are you friends with them? Have you worked with them?
Beto, Chris, and I all grew up in the same neighborhood. Chris and I went to school. We're all St. Joe guys. We all graduated together. I know Tony looks a lot older, but. And then I met Tony freshman year with these guys. We played lacrosse together.
Okay. And in your experience with them, do you believe that they are both fit and proper people to hold a liquor license? Are you familiar with the location that's been applied for?
I am.
Do you believe that it will be a benefit to the public to continue having a restaurant with a liquor license at that location?
It will.
Those are my only questions for Mr. Wedekind.
No questions?
That concludes my presentation.
Dr. Bedford, any comments?
No comment.
If there are no other questions by the commissioners, testimony and evidence has been presented, is now closed. And Ms. Kelly, if you would like to make any closing remarks, please do.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think you've heard from two very experienced restaurant owners who have a wealth of experience in owning, operating, training employees, and everything that this board is interested in making sure is well done for establishments throughout the county so that a license is responsibly held by an individual. We meet all of the requirements for a Class B. I will again point out that we've applied for the Class BC with the catering privilege, and we understand that this license will not be finalized and issued until Health Department or building permits have both signed off on this, which hopefully is in the near future. So with that, I would ask that this board approve the request for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license for the location. Thank you.
Any further remarks?
No, no further remarks.
With that, testimony and evidence is now complete. We will decide the merits of the applicants and hopefully render a decision this morning. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would endorse everything that Ms. Miller said. And I think, based on their history in the business and the success that they have had, I think it's clear that they are going to be good stewards of that location in Mount Airy. It's a good place, good spot, and I think you're going to do really well as businessmen. I also think that that the evidence supports that you're both fit and proper people to hold a liquor license in Carroll County.
Any comments?
I agree with everything Commissioner Barnhart said. It's obvious that you guys know what you're doing, been doing it for a long time, even with those friends. So, I think that's pretty much all that needs to be said. We rarely see someone with so much knowledge to bring to the table to open a new facility here in Carroll County, so I commend you on that. That being said, I'd be ready to give a motion, if it so pleases the chairman.
Please do.
I move that in case number 6496, an application for a new Class BC beer, wine, and liquor with catering to be issued to Christopher L. McManus and Anthony G.
Guarino.
Thank you, Guarino, for the use of Tony Pazza LLC, trading as Tony Pazza Italian Restaurant and Bar. I move that that be approved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded that this board approve an application for a Class B, C beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Christopher L. McManus and Anthony M. Guarino for the use of Tony Pazza LLC, trading as Tony Pazzo Italian Restaurant and Bar, 114 South Main Street in Mount Airy, Maryland. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I think we all know it's conditioned on, as council said, on condition of them getting inspections and approvals.
I was just going to say the same thing, so I agree with that.
Yes.
You agree with
Yes.
that?
Yes.
That's wonderful. I'm glad. I'm not going to repeat the motion because I can't pronounce the name. You've heard the motion, properly made and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen. Best wishes. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Keep
Thank
those
you.
fires burning.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is LUNCH, whatever that is.
It always is this time of year.
So I assume this meeting is recessed until 12, or till 2 p.m.? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our afternoon session of the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County. Our next scheduled case to be heard is case 6497, and I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, if he will call that case, please.
All right, case 6497, an application for a new Class B beer and wine 7-day license to be issued to Mark Broadhurst for the use of Broadhurst Enterprises LLC, trading as Roselli Pizza, 125 Airport Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21158, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. March 28, 2024 letter from Kyra Towles, Revenue Examiner, to Joe Vance. Be advised that this matter has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. Therefore, the Comptroller of Maryland Compliance Division withdraws its request to hold this transfer. There is a March 22nd, 2024 notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Tom Harris Permits and Inspections. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell Collections Office. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collection Supervisor. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley Health Department. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a March 1st, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Ms. Kyra Towles, Revenue Specialist. There's a February 29, 2024 letter from J. Brooks Leahy to the Board of License Commissioners. There's a March 1st, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Mark Broadhurst. And then there is an application, and the application includes workman's comp, criminal background information, driving record, financial information, corporate information, SDAT information, lease, floor plan, plot plan, menu, corporate information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. At this time, Mr. Leahy, you would like to proceed, please?
Thank you very much. I'd call as the first witness Mr. Mark Broadhurst, who's sitting beside me. Mr. Broadhurst, you've been sworn in just a moment ago. Would you start by telling the board your name and your address?
Sure. My name is Mark Broadhurst. I live at 408 McClellan Drive in Frederick, Maryland, 21702.
And how long have you lived at that address?
About 27 years.
Okay. I want to start by having you tell the board a little bit about your background and your experience. Did you graduate from high school?
I did.
Where and when?
Richard Montgomery High School in 1987.
Okay. And did you attend any college?
I did. Frostburg State University. I was there for about 4.5 years.
And what's your major in at Frostburg?
Social science.
Okay. And are you married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
My wife, Nancy.
Do you have any children?
I do. Three children. Tommy, Jason, and Katie.
And what are their ages?
Tommy's 33, Jason is 29, and Katie is 28.
So they're pretty much grown up.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with when you finished college at Frostburg, could you tell the board what jobs you had subsequent to that?
Yeah, I went to work for a company called Sunrise Assisted Living as a project manager in their design division. I was with them for about 5 years, where I would travel extensively, throughout, the central part of the United States and Canada, setting up retirement homes and getting them ready for residents to move in. Did that for about 5 years, and the travel finally got to be too much with my kids being, as young as they were, and I decided to leave and took another job.
And what job did you take after that?
Went to work for a friend of mine who owned a company called Montgomery Blinds, and I sold and installed window treatments for about 5 years.
Okay, and then what did you do after working at Montgomery Blinds?
At that time, I decided I wanted to go into business for myself and looked into franchising and ended up with Chili Pizza. And in 06, 07, I became a franchisee.
And where was your franchise when you started with Chili Pizza?
Here in Westminster at our original location, which was 14 College View Boulevard.
Okay, that's near the community pond.
It is, yes.
Okay. And other than the Westminster, do you have any other Chili Pizza franchises?
We do. We currently have 3 other locations, one in Frederick, one in Eldersburg, and one in Silver Spring, Cloverleaf.
Okay. And are those restaurants in Frederick, Eldersburg, and Silver Spring, are they sit-down restaurants?
No, they're delivery and carry out.
Okay, and that's what Chili primarily is, I presume?
Primarily, yes.
Was the Westminster Vercelli originally a delivery and carry-out only?
It was. It was the traditional model.
Okay. And when did you move to the current location at 125 Airport Drive?
It was back in November of 2021, and we took over the space that Top Notch, had prior to us, and adopted our operations to that space.
Okay. At that time, did you become a sit-down restaurant?
Yes. Yeah, we did have a dining room that we trying to take advantage of, for sure.
And let me,
Have this marked as Exhibit 1. It's part of the application, but I just thought I'll have it marked as an exhibit as well. If that's
Okay, that's fine.
I have extra copies.
Oh, thank you very much.
This was with the application, but. Thank you. Could steal this back from this case and have to be marked.
Oh, you've already got it marked.
I mean, I've got it marked. Okay, Mr. Broadhurst, I'm showing you what we have filed with the application, but it's also now marked Exhibit 1, and can you identify what that is?
Yeah, it's a floor plan of our restaurant.
And who prepared that floor plan?
I did.
Would you walk the board through a little bit about the layout of the restaurant in terms of the front part where there's seating and the rear part and so forth?
Sure. So you walk in the front doors to the main dining room. There's countertop seating as well as booth and tabletop seating. There's 57 seats in total in the dining room. And the front counter is where we, serve our customers from. And behind the front counter is our kitchen. Our pizza oven, make line walk-ins, everything in the back end of the restaurant, as well as our storage and, some small offices.
Okay. I would just ask this to be recognized as an exhibit in the case. So you mentioned there's 57 seats in the restaurant.
Yes.
What are the current hours of the operation in Westminster?
We're open from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. And do you anticipate you'd have those same hours of operation if you were given the beer and wine license?
I do, unless demand dictated otherwise. We plan to keep the same hours.
And how many employees do you have in Westminster?
We have about 15 employees, 9 of which are delivery drivers, and the remainder are inside staff and management.
Okay. Do you have any personal experience in serving beer, wine, or alcohol?
I do not know.
Okay. Have you taken the TAM or TIP certifications offered by Carroll County?
I have, as well as 4 or 5 of our other employees, and we plan to send an additional round through.
Okay, so it's your anticipation any of your employees who will be serving alcohol, beer and wine in this case, will be TAM certified?
Absolutely, yes.
Who'd you take your TAM certification from?
Keith, actually, who just stepped out of the room. He
Okay. How much time do you currently spend at the Westminster Vercelli's?
I'm there 4 or 5 days a week. That's where I spend most of my time.
Okay. And what financial interest do you have in Broadhurst Enterprises LLC, which is the limited liability company getting the license.
I'm 100% owner.
Is the information contained in the application that has been submitted and that you've signed, is that true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
It is, yes.
That's all the questions I have of Mr. Broadhurst.
I would just like to point out initially that location was originally Tina's Deli, which I built at that time. So I do have a past relationship with Mr. Valway. I do not currently, so if that's not an issue for either of you, I just wanted to disclose that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No issue, thank you.
Questions of Mr. Broadhurst?
I may have missed it. What was your policy going to be on vertical licenses?
We're not going to accept vertical license.
And do you plan on having any servers and/or bartenders? Any servers, do you have plans on having them all TIPS or TAM certified?
They all will be, yes.
Are you familiar with the state's attorney's diversion program that is offered to employees of licensees who sell to underage people?
We might have touched on that during our class, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So, well, that's where it's a crime to sell alcohol to somebody. Now, if one of your employees sells alcohol to someone who's underage, underage to somebody, sells alcohol to someone who's underage, well, the licensee has a problem with us. But we have no recourse against the individual who's making the sale. But there is a program in Carroll County where the state's attorney can get involved after we refer to the state's attorney, and state's attorney offers the employee who makes the sale the opportunity to go to Catherine's cause or to perform some type of informational class and avoid prosecution. And that's called a diversion program, so they're diverted from the criminal system. So it's a good thing to have your people, your employees, understand that they could be charged with a crime if they sell to someone underage.
We
It's
talked
kind-
about it in the class.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good thing to pass around, you know, along with the alcohol management certification, just to emphasize that. And maybe even offer an incentive if they happen to thwart an inspection by an underage volunteer. You know, if they don't sell to someone underage. And I'm just tossing these out because you don't have any past experience managing a business that sells alcohol, right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Broadhurst, will you have any, I know you mentioned that you intend to have them all TIPS or TAM certified or a similar class. Do you have any, will you have any in-house training for employees?
Absolutely. Once we get things set up and established, that's definitely something I plan on doing. Do you have any age at which you might say we'll card everyone under a certain age? In my mind, anybody under 40 should be carded.
Do you have table service?
We do not have table service, so everything will be served from the counter.
So, Mr. Leahy, this is a sublease situation?
I'm sorry, so what?
A sublease
It
situation?
is a sublease situation.
Without me going through the lease, I'm assuming that there's nothing in any of these leases prohibiting alcohol sales on the premises?
No, there's not, and there's no percentage
Right.
either, percentage shares either. And the sublease is good, I think, till 2027.
That's correct.
And I believe it's your strong intention and hope that you're going to be able to get a new lease with the landlord at that time.
That's right.
Have you had some discussions with the landlord?
We have. When we first took over the space, we discussed with the landlord, you know, taking a sublease with our current landlord. And the true landlord you know, opted to have a sublet space with intention for us to negotiate with him at the end of the lease term.
How many employees did you say?
There's 15.
15?
15, that's correct, yes.
And how many of those are full-time?
4 of them. Most of the employees are delivery drivers, just part-time staff.
And the health department has signed off. I saw one letter where they hadn't signed off, but then there's another where they do sign, it has been signed off by the health department.
To my knowledge,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So looking at the floor plan, as you enter, I assume the top is the entrance,
That's correct,
the
yes.
page.
Mhm.
As you enter, there's a counter to the customer's right.
Yeah, that's just seating. It's facing the window. It's
Just seating?
Yeah.
It's not a bar or anything like that?
No, no.
Yeah.
So when someone comes up to the counter to purchase alcohol, say one person comes up and wants to buy 5 beers, how are you going to ensure that everybody at the table is of age?
We plan to card anybody in the group.
Anybody, so you would go out with them, that anybody that's seated out there, you make sure they're of age
That's
too?
correct.
And how long have you been in operation?
About 18 years now.
No, at this location?
Oh, at this location since November 2021. So about 2.5 years.
And how's business?
It's good. We transferred over most of our business from our old location, and we're just trying to grow our inside business now.
Yeah. And who does the cooking?
Believe it or not, I do quite a bit of it, but, just regular in-house staff.
What are your hours of operation?
9 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sunday through Thursday, and we stay open till 11 on Friday and Saturday.
Open at 9 a.m. then, too?
Where would you say most of your customers come from? Working in the air park, or do people travel a little bit?
Yeah, I'd say 60% of our business is still delivery, so, I mean, it's all over Westminster. We do a fair amount of business in the air park for lunch, and we catch a lot of people coming home, going up 97 and stopping in on the way home.
Are you thinking of making deliveries of beer and wine?
No, it's definitely not a route I want to go down.
Yeah, where I live up in Silver Run, they're one of the only place that delivers up to my house in Silver Run.
Oh, in that case.
Yeah, most definitely.
Why are we even here?
Yeah, we have a pretty big delivery area in Westminster.
If you got rid of delivering beer and wine, I could take in that part too. You're not allowed to, so.
And you told us that you took the class that's offered by Mr. Benfer in alcohol training management techniques?
I did, yes.
4 other people, or 3 other people?
There were 4 of us. Or, well, 4
3 other, yeah.
plus, I think it was 5 in total, I thought.
And what is your impression of that class? Especially the instructor?
It was a good class.
Okay, good.
If you said I was bad at it, I could get out of it.
I said what?
If you said I was bad at it, maybe I could get out of it.
You'd like to get another teacher instead of you, huh?
So George has asked this in the past on all of these. Are you aware that there's legislation waiting to be signed that someone who is certified will have to be on staff at all times?
Yeah,
Any other questions of Mr. Broadhurst
No,
or Mr. Lee?
nope.
We have 3 character witnesses. You gentlemen have all
just-
been sworn.
The mic, the stand-up mic.
If you could, one of you could go to the stand-up mic, and would you first tell the board your name and your address?
Okay, my name is Bill McAuliffe. My address is 5106 Dartmoor Court in Frederick, Maryland.
And how long have you known Mr. Broadhurst?
I've known Mr. Broadhurst for about 16 years.
Okay, and do you believe he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Absolutely.
That's all the question I
Any
Have no
questions?
No.
have. Okay. I guess Mr. Turner? You would also state your name and address for the board?
Karen Turner, the address is 2 Turkey Track Place, Keysville, Maryland, 21756.
And how long have you known Mr. Broadhurst?
About 6 years.
And do you believe he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have at this gentleman.
No questions.
You say your address was Keedysville?
Yeah.
Did you say, I thought you said Catonsville?
Keysville.
Keedysville.
Oh, okay.
Keedysville. No, I thought he said Keedysville, but I wanted to be sure. Not too many might not know where Keedysville is, but I happen to, so,
Lived around there my whole life.
good.
Good area.
Well, I'm curious, where's Keysville?
You know where Sharpsburg? You know where Sharpsburg is?
Where?
Sharpsburg?
Oh, yeah.
Antietam Battlefield.
Oh, sure, I know there.
It's like, 3 miles.
It's nowhere near there.
All right.
Good area.
You please state your name and address.
Andrew Warmack, 24405 Peachtree Road, Clarksburg, Maryland, 20871.
And how long have you known Mr. Broadhurst?
Roughly 28 years.
And do you think he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I did.
Were you his boss at one time?
I was.
Okay. At the blind company?
At the blind company, yeah, at his second career. Yes.
Second career. No more questions of him.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, sir.
I think it says a lot about him if he can get his boss of 20 years ago to come out here and support him as a character witness. That's all our evidence.
Dr. Benfer, any comments?
Just one question, I'm not sure if it was asked. You're not planning to have an outdoor seating area, are you?
No.
Any further questions? Hearing none. Testimony is closed. Mr. Leahy, if you would like to make any closing remarks?
I don't believe any closing remarks are necessary. I think Mr. Broadhurst is well qualified and a lot of experience in the restaurant business, and this is the next step. So that's all I'll say.
Any
No
further
comment.
comments? Hearing that, testimony and evidence is completed. The board will now discuss the merits of the case and hopefully render a decision. Commissioners, you have heard the testimony and all the evidence.
So the no experience in alcohol is a little concerning. I would encourage you to reach out to Keith for some guidance, should that ever arise. You obviously are well-versed in running the restaurant. It's just that alcohol puts that little other liability on it that could be damaging if anything went wrong. Your character witnesses spoke highly of you, so I do find you're fit and proper to have a liquor license. But again, I would cautiously be aware of, what you would need to learn moving forward.
Well, I agree with Commissioner Mulwiney's comments and suggestions. I think the evidence clearly shows that you are an applicant who is fit and proper to hold this license in Carroll County. You have an ongoing business which is successful. and you are going to add this other dimension to a successful business, and hopefully it will make the business even more successful, and you will, I'm sure you will follow all the guidelines that Keith might tell you about, or it might be in our, our rules and regulations. So I find also that you're a fit and proper person to have this license, and I'm prepared to make a motion regarding your application.
I have no question.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move in the case of 6497, which is an application for a new Class B beer and wine 7-day license to be issued to Mark Broadhurst. I move that that application be approved.
I second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that this board approve an application for a new Class B beer and wine 7-day license to be issued to Mark Broadhurst for the use of Broadhurst Enterprises LLC, trading as Vasilla Pizza at 125 Airport Drive in Westminster, Maryland. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, Mr. Broadhurst. Best wishes for a continued successful business. And if you have any questions anytime, our office and inspector is available to answer any questions or offer any assistance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all, gentlemen. Good luck. Have a nice afternoon.
My car.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. Whoever's gonna talk. The licensee, and then the new licensee.
Excuse me.
I don't get.
Yeah, that cord is quite the challenge there.
Hello.
This is the one that was scheduled last month.
I saw it the whole time. He said, look at him.
I think you're right.
Yeah, your little minion ran and told you, I know.
No, I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at it. Nobody told me I could
How we
see.
doing?
So,
Doing good. How about you?
where did that pen go?
Okay, we're back in session. At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon to call our case 6488.
All right, case 6488, an application to change the licensee from Shamsa Khan to Manish Kumar Patel for Class A beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Manish Kumar Patel for the use of Liberty Road Liquors LLC, trading as Carrolltown Liquors, 1708 Liberty Road, Suite 2, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784 in Election District 5. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There is a resignation letter to whom it may concern from Shamsa Khan. There's a March 29th, 2024 notice of public hearing. There is a March 22nd, 2024 notice of public hearing. There is a March 14th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Manish Kumar Patel. There is a February 23rd, 2024 notice of public hearing for this case. There's a February 16th, 2024 notice of public hearing for this case. There is a February 8th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Manish Kumar Patel. And then there is an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, MVA records, operating agreement, workers' comp insurance, corporate information, and financial information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Excuse me, we'll accept that in evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance. Everybody.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
May be seated.
Thank you.
Before anyone testifies the first time, we ask that you state your full name, spell your last name, and give your address. Who is going to present this case?
I'll start first. My first name is Manish Kumar Patel, last name Patel, spelled as P as in Peter, A-T-E-L, 901 Alexander Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Okay. What do you want to tell us?
We're just looking to transfer the license from Shamsa Khan to myself. I've been working with this Carrolltown Liquor since past 5 years. I'm the wholesale entity who's been handling this liquor store for all these 5 years, starting from 2018 till today. TEM certified, everything in compliance, done so far, never got into any violations, or whether it's tobacco, whether it's liquor, no issues with that.
You say you have been managing the establishment for the last 5 years,
Yes, sir.
but you are not an owner or a licensee?
No, I was part owner of that business, but the license was not under my name. I was just managing that business, and I'm still am doing that. So I'll be the person on premises all the time.
So at one point in time, you owned 49.5% of Liberty Road Liquors.
That is from year 2019.
Right. And now, it looks like what you're telling us is Shamsa Khan is transferring to you
Yes,
1/2 of her 1% ownership
Mhm.
in that LLC,
yes,
which makes you a 50% owner.
correct.
And what were the financial aspects of this transaction, this shifting ownership? The 1%, or actually 1/2% to you?
This was just an internal thing when first I joined with it, because before 2019, I was just working there as a manager. I didn't have any partnership interest or anything before that. Then I joined into the partnership and the corporation was done that, and I was new to Maryland as well. Didn't have the 2-year residency. That was the clause needed during that period of time. But I had 24% of partnership before that, which we had planned and all that stuff. But then we eventually went into 49%, 49% me, 49% other entity, and Shamsa Khan was brought on board by the corporate decision that taken by us, and she was given 1% to handle the license for us.
So what I want to back up and just take a look at is money changing hands. You owned before,
Right.
probably still, maybe, I don't know, I don't know if you have actual LLC documents doing this, but at one point you owned 49.5%.
No, 49%. Oh, yeah, 49.5%, my bad, yes.
How much did you pay for that?
How much did I pay for that?
You bought it.
Yes, I paid, I mean, with inventory and everything, I don't recall the real number, but I would say I might have paid almost like around $350 or something like that.
Okay, fair enough. Now you're acquiring 0.5% of the membership interest of
Right.
Ms. Khan, and how much are you paying her for that?
That has been not yet decided the final figure, but it's going to be around $35,000 to $40,000.
Okay, but it hasn't happened yet, is what you're
No,
telling us.
we have to just finalize because we don't know the inventory yet, which has to be still counted till date. That's why I cannot give you the exact figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what happens, Ms. Khan still owns 1%.
No, technically we have all decided it's just amount of inventory counting and just finishing it off. That's it.
But she hasn't been paid anything for her 1% yet.
No, not yet. Because it's not yet transferred or the license, we're still waiting for this thing to happen so we can proceed with that process.
Okay. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, and I might be wrong, but I don't think that she has given up her 1% until there's been a financial transaction.
No, she has.
She has.
She has, yes. That's why she has also signed the resignation letter and everything, and she's with us as well.
Okay.
So that's why I brought it in case, any.
So I think in some of the documents in the file about the LLC, that there was some information that Ms. Khan paid $5,000 for her 1%. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that was just like the initial paperwork when we do, that's what the accountant had just set it up, and that's how it works, because we don't evaluate the full business value of it at that time, so it's just the accountant putting the numbers on it, and that's how it was settled up.
Okay, like a formality.
Yeah, like a formality.
Do you accept vertical license at your establishment?
I'm sorry?
Do you accept vertical licenses?
Not at all.
I may have missed it. You said you worked there since this inception and you continue to work there?
Yes, I will be still managing the whole store for the future as well.
Okay. Have you had alcohol management training?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that take place?
It was recently done, Mr. Keith had just taken that, and we had done it like last month, I guess. Yeah,
They all roll together.
yeah, so even,
Ms. Patel's the one I've been dealing with since I started.
Right. And Karit Patel, is he here?
no, he's in India. He's not in the license name, he's just a part owner. Yeah.
So as I understand it, he'll get 1/2% from the current
Yes.
licensee, so you and he will be 50/50 owners?
50/50 owners.
Gentlemen, you gotta straighten me out. Who owns Carrolltown Liquors now?
Who own Carrolltown's Liquor now?
Yeah.
Me and Kirit Patel.
And how much interest do you have, 49%?
49.5, and 1% Shamsha. Once that is done, the license I get
She
it.
has the 1%, so she satisfies the residency requirements, is that right?
Yeah, she is a residence requirement.
And you're gonna satisfy the residency requirements now?
Yes.
And Mr. Patel, is he going, I'm sorry, Karit,
Yeah.
he's going to be in India for an extended period of time?
Yeah, because he is like kind of retired person. He usually, during this time of the period, they are always in India. They leave in December and they take like 6 months or something, then they come back. Yeah.
Must be nice.
Will Shamsa Khan still have any involvement with the business?
Not at all,
Does she have any involvement now?
no. But yes, when she was on the licensing name, we both used to get our TAM certifications together. We were trying to keep, because the license was on her name, we were trying to keep everything updated all the time. So,
She owns half of 1%, and he owns half of 1%.
Right now, she owns
1% now, and he's buying 0.5%.
Right, and the other Karit Patel is buying the other 0.5% to make them 50/50, is that, do we have that right?
correct.
Keith, I don't have a flow chart here, but there's been no,
No, no violations.
We have a resignation letter here, but it doesn't have a date on it.
yeah, it just has this.
So that's when it was received, but this,
When did you sign the letter?
Last week.
And the first, second, third, and what date?
We both went together.
Wasn't it last Tuesday?
Hold on, I had given you a text. Can I check it? That's fine.
Yep.
The first.
Yeah.
April 1st?
April 1st.
She signed it April 1st.
So the day before we received it.
Yeah, the next day I came and dropped
Yeah.
it off, yeah.
So, is there a resolution by the LLC approving all this transaction we're talking about today?
Yes, I mean, it's not written right now, but as soon as, because I cannot take signatures from Kirit Patel, as soon as he comes, we gonna finish that part off. But right now, I have the authority to do this work,
Okay.
get it done.
help me out here,
Yes, on that.
okay?
Mhm.
That's 101.
Yeah.
She's still listed.
Oh, no. Is that 101? No, it's not 100.
No, it's 100.
It's 100, yeah, it's 100 with her.
Yeah, with her.
That's,
And this is who's getting the thing now.
yeah, these two.
Well,
So-
why is she listed here as a shareholder? of that if she doesn't know
Yeah,
that?
well, this is the operation agreement. The application has 50/50. I mean, it's kind of like an oversight, I think.
So in your opinion, do we need that resolution as part of that packet to approve that transfer?
Maybe we should, I mean, I think we've discussed this once before, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think you need it today, but you need it in the files, certainly,
Yeah,
moving forward.
right.
Would that be approved immediately or approved upon receipt of the resolution? If it goes in that direction?
I think you can,
As soon as he comes back from
you can
India.
approve it and then get it, and if you don't get it
can
within
drop it
a
off,
reasonable
you know,
time,
as soon
then
as he comes.
yeah,
Why
or
don't
say
you
it's a
just-
violation. If you don't get it in a
Yeah.
reasonable time, I would say.
Yeah.
You wanna look at it?
Might refresh my memory here.
Finish this off today, man.
Do you have any idea when the guy that's in India is gonna sign these documents? Oh, the month?
I would say like December, January, February, March, April. He should be back by next month or by end of this month. I don't know the exact date he's coming back, but I can find out. And as soon as he gets it, we can, prepare
So in a
that
month or
and
two.
drop it off.
In a month or two, he will be back here and he could sign
I
documents.
guess before that,
Okay.
I can drop it off. But I don't know the exact date what is coming. I have to go and find out from his son when he's
I
coming.
understand. I'm just trying to get a time frame
Yeah.
of when it's gonna happen. that's
Yeah,
all.
but in worst case scenario, what we can do is I can, give it to his son and he can send it to him in India, sign it and send it back to us. That's the earliest. If he's delaying anything, I don't know.
He didn't leave you a power of attorney, did he?
No.
So do you know what we're talking about? We're just talking about a corporate document
Hmm.
where Liberty Road Liquors LLC, where the members make a motion, have a vote, and
I got
sign
it.
for all this stuff that you're asking to take place.
Yeah.
Kind of a formality, but it's the kind of thing that belongs in our file.
Yeah, I can prepare that and get his signatures and drop it off at the earliest I can.
That would be best.
Yeah, I
Send
will
him
do
the
that.
documents in India and get
Yeah,
them
no,
signed.
no problem. I'll take care of that. Because frankly speaking, I know it is a business document required because I take all the decisions over there, but I can bring that. That's not a big deal. I can get it as early as possible.
It's like a one paragraph.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
And there's been no violations since you've been there in 5 years?
No, sir,
Do you accept vertical license?
not at all.
At what age do you check for verification?
Frankly speaking, we have a policy in our store that like anybody looking below 40, we check the licenses, period, no matter what. And we have a very few turnovers, so that is the best part on my business. And, everybody is like, we always tell everybody every week by the weekend or at least bi-weekly, we remind them about the licensing policies and everything. So that way, it's all verbal communication, but I have my employees also with me as character reference, couple of them, so, they are also pretty much familiar with that.
Are they TIPS or TAM certified?
Yes, the couple of them who are TAM certified, they're working today, I didn't bring them. One of them, he just stopped working last week, other one is still working, and they're all gonna do the online TAM certification from Frederick. I have 2 employees who are remaining to do the TAM certifications.
Is there a person on duty while the hours of operation are going on that is TIPS or TAM certified?
I myself all the time at the store, and second, I have another guy also who is on the second shift. Also, he's also TAM certified. Either or, I am always there, but apart from me, if I step out, he's there.
Is this the only liquor store that you work in?
I'm sorry?
Is this the only liquor store that you work in?
No,
Any other establishments?
no, this is the only business I have.
Do you work at any other stores?
No, I don't work at any other stores, I'm sorry.
So our records say that Shamsa Khan was paid $5,000 for her 1%. And what we'll need now is a record saying that she was paid amount of money
Okay.
to split her share of the LLC between you two. But we need a number.
Written document, okay, yeah. That we can.
We
I
have
can
one number,
provide
so we
that.
need another
I
number.
I can provide you that as well, yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
You have, we have a letter here from Ms. Khan to relinquish her interest and so on and so forth, and I assume she did it voluntarily.
Yep. I did.
Can you say your name and spell your
Sure.
last name?
My first name Shamsa, last name Khan, Khan. 9 Webster Street, Westminster, Maryland 21157.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to call your character witnesses.
Sure.
There's a microphone in the back for those gentlemen in the back there. Just walk up and,
Just walk up and say your name and address and everything.
Oh, hear me?
it's on, talk into it.
Gotcha. Melvin Cole, C-O-L-E, 7713 Carter Road, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784. Known Mr. Patel for a little over 2 years. I retired and went to work for him. Very good man. People really like him in the neighborhood. He's very outgoing and helpful. Baseball team stuff like, donations and things like that. Very nice guy to work for. And will help you out anytime you can. That's all I really got to say. Any questions for me?
Do you feel that he is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Absolutely. He's very, he's a stickler for some things at the store, and especially checking licenses. Like, we do not take vertical license at all, which I'd like personally because I don't have to think about it. If they bring a vertical license, we don't take it. Honestly makes it easier on me. As for checking the other IDs, I check them, but I get in a lot of trouble because the ladies look at me like I'm nuts when I check their IDs. But other than that, very good man.
Questions? No questions?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Upen Vasani, Vasani. Address is 206 Erin Russell Court, Reisterstown, Maryland, 31136. And I agree what Melvin Cole said. Great boss to have.
How long have you known him?
I known Manish Kumar Patel almost a year and a half. I started working for him like almost a year and a half ago, and I'm still currently working for him, mainly over the weekends now.
Are you TIPS or TAM certified?
No, sir.
Do you intend to get certified?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license in Carroll County?
Absolutely.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Carla Weaver, W-E-A-V-E-R, 884 Century Street, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074. And I am a customer of the liquor store. I've known Mr. Patel for, it was before COVID, so I would say about 4 years. I frequent the liquor store, and he is very knowledgeable when I go in there. It's a very well-run establishment, and I am also not only friends with him, but friends with his wife as well. I work with his wife, and I think he very much deserves to get this license.
Say you work with his wife. Where do you work?
I work with his wife, Carroll County Eye Surgery Center.
Is that in Eldersburg?
That is right here in Westminster.
Have you ever been carded in the store?
Yes, and I love it.
Do you feel he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Absolutely, yes, I do.
questions? Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, do you have any other questions of Mr. Patel?
No.
No, no.
Inspector Benford, would you have any comments?
I've been dealing with Mr. Patel since I started 8 years ago, approximately 8 years ago. He's always been quite cooperative, easy to get along with, and I think he'd be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license as the manager and owner/owner. Thank you.
Mr. Patel, would you like to say anything else before we deliberate?
No, sir. Thank you.
Testimony and evidence in this case is now closed, and the Board of Commissioners will debate the merits of the case and hopefully come to a resolution. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I think the evidence clearly supports that the applicant is a fit and proper person to hold this license. He seems to be a person of good character and a good businessman, and also someone who cares about having things done right. My only concern is that there's a few formalities, maybe, to get this across the finish line, but I think you'll take care of that in a timely
Sure.
fashion. And so, those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any comments?
I agree with everything Commissioner Barnhart says. It's obvious that you've been running this establishment and been doing a good job at it with no violations and such. That being said, I'd be ready to make a motion.
Okay,
I move that the application case number 6488 to change the licensee from Shamsa Khan to Mr. Patel for a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license for the use of Liberty Road Liquors be approved with the iteration that we have a timely receipt of the necessary documents and financial reporting that we've discussed in the past.
Yes. I second that motion.
motion been made and seconded that this board approve an application to change the licensee from Shamsa Khan to Manish Kumar Patel for a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Manish Kumar Patel for the use of Liberty Road Liquors LLC, trading as Carrolltown Liquors, 1708 Liberty Road, Suite 2, Eldersburg, Maryland. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, and upon receipt
Thank you,
of
sir.
all the needed information, this license transfer will be approved.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
If not, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
I'll submit that letter, let's find out about Kerry Patel. Yep. Should I submit it, email it to you
Yeah.
or submit it?
Just get it first, and then let's take a look at it, and then we'll find it.
Is she related to them?
Is there any other business to come before this august body? If not, this meeting is adjourned, and we will meet on May the 8th at the usual time of 10 a.m. in this office for our May meeting. Meeting is adjourned.